Hello everybody and welcome to the Finger Lakes Regional Airport, where it is 52 degrees, raining a little bit, cloudy certainly, and no owls. No owls here today. Can't say I am surprised, but I thought I would check anyway. I'd probably check one or two more times before we decide that, okay, there won't be any more snowy owls here today this year. I'm realistic, I don't expect to see one, but, on occasion I've seen other things here that I've been, very happy to see. So it doesn't hurt to continue checking here for the time being. Now, I've mentioned this in the past, but people have asked, why don't we come here during the summer? Well, for the same reason we don't go to various locations in the summer, or in the spring. It's because, by a certain point, either there aren't any birds, or there are birds, but things have changed and it makes it it's very difficult to see them, or whatever. And I imagine there are birds around here in the summertime, but there are cornfields around, and the cornfields will have grown by the summertime, and if there are birds, they can be difficult to see while in those cornfields, at least from the ground. So that's why we don't do things like, why for instance, we might go to Route 31 closer to Montezuma and East Road. We'll probably spend some time looking around there today. Why don't we typically do that in the summertime? It's because the crops that are growing there, just usually mean that either there aren't many birds there, or, they're very difficult to see. As I was driving by portions of Cayuga Lake today, what did I see? A few buffleheads, and that was it. On the lake, that's all I saw. Weeks ago, I might have seen in many locations, red-breasted mergansers, or maybe farther out, I might have noticed, common goldeneyes, and, plenty of Canada geese, maybe even some snow geese somewhere, but things have changed. It's now we're well into migration, and the birds that were wintering there are no longer wintering there. So my point is, things change throughout the seasons, and that's why some locations we will bother to visit and some we won't at any given time. Anyway, I hope you've had a good week. I can't say I have seen all that much this week. Not too much out of the ordinary. I did happen to see, from home in flight, I saw a common raven yesterday. I don't normally see them. And, it's possible I see them more often than I realize, because they do look so much like American crows, at least to someone like me. But I was looking out yesterday and I saw it looked like a large American crow. And, I might have thought it to be an American crow given the distance and everything, except it was being chased by American crows, which were clearly smaller. And so I was pretty certain I was seeing a common raven. Now, it has started to rain. There was a forecast for possible and even likely rain later in the day, so we'll see how things work out for us. Maybe they won't work out well. Maybe they will. We'll see. I don't remember if there's anything else I wanted to share. No, not really. I know the common grackles have really been chowing down at my bird feeders. Between them and the European starlings, I've seen some robins here and there. I just saw a couple on the ground. I saw on my way here a few American kestrels. I did drive on Sable Road. I saw 3 of them there. If you didn't know, that's a very small falcon. And a number of robins on the grass to our left. I did see in the forecast, I can't remember which, hey, just saw a robin. One thing about robins, I love to see them, but they often fly very low to the road, and I did see what I believe was a dead robin near a road in my travels today. Oh, to our right, a number of turkey vultures, and they look like they're probably at a dead deer. We could take a look if you want. I think we will. We'll see what kind of a look we have with this camera, and we may switch. We may switch a bit. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, could that possibly be? We're going to take a closer look. Okay, give me a minute. I swear, everything gets caught on everything else. Crow, and I thought I might have. Did I hear something else? Possibly. 1 second, sorry. Yeah, definitely hear some crows. I'm wondering. Oh, I think I'm also possibly hearing killdeer. We saw killdeer here last week, a number of them, at least 5. I see some robins also. Thank you for your patience. Oops, hold on. I thought, and I think not now, but I thought possibly there was a black vulture there, but I'm not thinking that now. we won't stay and watch them too long, but hold on one second. Hear a robin singing. I thought the one, when I was looking with the other camera for a second, I thought that that one in the foreground might have been a black vulture, but again, I don't believe so now. You know, it's when I saw its darker face, it just seemed like it might possibly be, but I don't believe so. And we have some starlings closer by, European starlings. And did I see somebody else with them maybe? No, maybe not. Oh, they just took off. And I see other robins, but I can't, this setup right now can't go to them. Okay, so we're going to switch back and we're going to get underway. One second. Okay, let's move along. Number of robins, at least 6 on the ground there. In the air is a Canada goose, one Canada goose by itself, flying over the road. Over the course of the week, I don't know if the weather would be considered mild or not. I mean, there have been, it's been, relatively comfortable during the days, and at night it has, reached freezing, whereby, some bodies of water might have ice on the surface in the morning. In the air up ahead and to the left, it looks like a turkey vulture. Oh, by the way, I did see at least one osprey today. One, just as I was on the, leaving Ithaca and near the parks there at the southern end of Cayuga Lake, I saw in a nest an osprey. It's the first one I've seen all season. And I may have seen another one somewhere in my drive between Ithaca and here. I wasn't sure about that second sighting. I thought it was an osprey, but I couldn't be certain. possible we'll be rained out today. You know, maybe we'll have to cut things short, or who knows, depending on the weather. Received an email this morning from YouTube referencing music that I played on the 26th of December, and how it's being blocked in some territories. I mean, I'm surprised that it took so long to send me such a message. And it used to be you could find out, okay, which territories or areas or whatever are being blocked or from seeing. And unless I'm missing it, there seems to be no way to determine that any longer. They don't seem to be sharing that information. Years ago, well, a couple years ago, I think, I received such a message, and I think I've told you before, but it was indicated that, okay, where is it that the video can't be seen? And I think it was listing areas like North Korea, Venezuela, maybe Iran, and I don't remember if Russia was also listed. And, can't say I was all that worried. Some ducks on the water below. Unfortunately, there's a vehicle behind me. Not sure what they were. Again, go to the visitor center area. I have not seen any eBird alerts regarding any rare birds there, lately. But I think it might be worth a visit. Saw a nice variety of waterfowl there last week, and we saw sandhill cranes also. Again, that was last week, so who knows? It's just, it is another example of an area where we go sometimes and we don't go others. It's been open all winter long. That area, the visitor center area, has been open. We could have been going there all winter long, but we didn't because it was, for the most part frozen over, and probably didn't have much activity, if any. And so that's why we weren't going there. Same thing holds in the later part of summer. Usually it's dried up, and by then there's not much activity there. Not too much out of the ordinary. In the spring we might see not just waterfowl, but maybe we'll see families of Canada geese walking around. The goslings are there, and they might walk through that area or whatever. By midsummer, they're no longer spending time there. I see some pigeons to our right in a tree, in their usual spot. And there are some cars here. Maybe not as many as last week, but there are some cars. And I'm not sure there are as many birds here as there were last week. But let me look around with binoculars a bit. Some Canada geese here, and there are some sandhill cranes. By the looks of things, not as many as last week. Just a few. And there's a swan. I don't know what kind it is. Looks like either a trumpeter or a tundra. American black ducks, green-winged teals, blue-winged teal. Oh, the blue-winged teal just took off. Sure, make a liar out of me. Thanks. And okay, let's give this a try. So it's a bit windy again. The swan is out here. I think it's the only one. There were several, I believe, last week. I saw the yellow spot. Oh, hold on. Northern harrier. Two of them. Canada geese over here. Probably won't be here too long. These are the what I believe are the American black ducks. Very similar to mallards, as I pointed out before. Where did I see them? I saw the green-winged teal somewhere. Hold on, let me look with binoculars. Maybe farther closer. Black duck. And, oh, who's coming into view? A couple more Canada geese. I think that's probably an American black duck, difficult to see with the vegetation there. I hear the cranes, there they are. I believe 7 of them. Oh, is that another one by each? I don't know. Yes, that is another one. So maybe 8 of them. Oh, northern pintails. Right there near the Canada geese. It's starting to rain a little bit harder. And I've got to do some things here. 1 second. I should make sure everything's up and running too. Come on. There you go. Come on, cooperate, would you? Alright. So, you know, nice variety overall. I'm sorry I didn't show you the green-winged teal. I'm sorry, the blue-winged teal, but it moved on before I could do that. I think we are up and running. Yeah. Have to turn off CarPlay. Thank you. Because CarPlay isn't very good. Despite all the acclaim that Apple wants everyone to have for it, it doesn't really function all that well. Sorry, but it's true. They won't even give you a weather, any kind of a weather app that shows maps, because they're afraid you'll look at that while you're driving. unfortunately, I went to look at my Weather Channel app, which is built in, and I've shown you that app before. It's built into my car's system, and it was gone. It wasn't there. And I just quickly looked things up yesterday and found out that it's been taken away. Apparently, the Weather Channel and General Motors couldn't, I guess they decided they couldn't agree on whatever, so it's gone. And they don't have a replacement. It's unfortunate because sometimes we've looked at it together, you know, when trying to figure out, okay, what's the weather going to be like once we reach a certain place, especially, you know, once we get back to Ithaca. Is it going to be raining? And, you know, you might think, well, what difference does it make you're heading there? Well, you know, if it's going to clear up in a little while, but it's raining now, you know, I might say, okay, well, I'll drive around the campus for a bit before actually getting out of the car and walking at Sapsucker Woods. So it definitely was helpful at times. Anyway, so not as much activity here this week as there was last week, but still a nice variety overall. And we're going to move along and move out of the area. Next week, next Saturday is the 29th. Any chance that Wildlife Drive might open a little early? I don't know. I doubt it. Sometimes, you know, those first visits to Wildlife Drive are, you know, unremarkable. We may not see much at all. So much is dependent on time of day, the weather, you know, all kinds of things, time of the season. You know, I'm thinking back to last year in the late summer, and well, actually throughout summer and into fall. Some of our late day visits to Wildlife Drive were just, in my opinion, they were wonderful. Lots of activity, lots of things to see, maybe some, you know, and if not a lot of bird activity, there were beautiful sunsets. I mean, it was just, for me, something that was very enjoyable. Somebody's flying around, a couple crows to our right. And now they're to our left. Oh, there's no wonder there's something on the ground they're eating. So last week we did not see a rough-legged hawk anywhere, and I'd be very surprised if we see one now. I mean, it's now officially spring, and getting to be late March. So I really don't expect to see something like a rough-legged hawk, be a pleasant surprise. I think in a few days, I don't know if there's, I didn't read the forecast, but I just saw, you know, one of the little pictures they provide in the forecast I saw, but in a few days I think they might have some kind of, I don't know if it's snow coming or just flurries, I don't know, but a few Canada geese down below and to the right. And blackbirds of some sort, I think, in the air. Vulture in the air. Looks like a couple gulls up there too. I'm not sure. 3 of them. Can't be sure what they are. Looking at my thermometer, it says 46 right now. So it's dropped a bit. And I could stop here and just take a quick peek at the great blue heron rookery, but I think we'll saw great blue heron in the air. But I think we'll stop at Shocky Pool instead. Just look from there, assuming the rain isn't blowing right on the camera. Or right on the lens, I should say. A couple vehicles here. I have a feeling the rain is going to be blowing right on us. Or, I'm sorry, the wind. Yeah. Well, let me open up the window, see what happens. Oh yeah, right at me. So that's not going to work. But we'll try looking through the window just a little bit with this camera and see what happens. I did post video from last week if you want to take a better look and see. Now, I don't know if more great blue herons have since arrived or not, or if it's just, you know, essentially the same number. But you can see quite a few great blue herons up there because there are quite a few nests up there. We're looking at a great blue heron rookery. We're going to move on just because of the rain, essentially, but and let me just look around with binoculars from here just to see if I happen to see anything. I just saw a couple ducks fly by. I'm not sure what they were, and I might see a great blue heron on the ground. I think we'll move on. If the conditions are right, we may one of these days try to take a closer look at things up there. I'm not going to get closer, we'll use just a different setup. And I see a great blue heron above the road. Just look, you know, just in flight. Not very fast. I'm not seeing, at least from here, anything on the Maze Point pool. It is free of ice, but I'm not seeing any activity there. We're going to pull over. There's a vehicle not right behind us, but it'll be coming up on us pretty soon. Canada geese. Okay. Any other activity here right now? It doesn't look like anything. Oh, coming right in again. That wind does not help. Oh, hold on. I'm going to blow off the lens. That's better, I think. Is that something swimming? No. Okay, let's move forward. I see a great blue heron in the air. Sorry. It's always, that's one thing, you know, we can handle, you know, I'm dry and comfortable here in the car. It's no problem at all, you know, but looking through windows with raindrops or with wipers running, it can be difficult. So, or even if there's no issue at all on the on the the window glass. If I open a window or something and it's just there's just a lot of rain in the air, it can be difficult to see clearly. Nothing going on that I can see in the water below. See, things change. Oh, hold on. No, that's nothing. As time goes on and more water opens up, there's less of a likelihood of seeing, common mergansers or hooded mergansers there. And near the bald eagle nest, I don't know if I see anybody up there. At least from here, I don't see anybody. I mentioned before when we saw activity several weeks ago, and it looked like, okay, this could be a nest to kind of keep an eye on throughout the nesting season. I noted back then that there's, very possibly an issue with viewing angles, and if there is an eagle up there right now, hunkered down, I can't see it. We did see, a head popping up above the nest cup wall, weeks ago. But it's difficult to find a way to see into that nest. So let's move on. Saw some pigeons. And it looks like it is kind of windy too. I can't see it from here. Blackbirds just flew overhead. I'm not sure if they're red-winged blackbirds or common grackles or both. Saw a mourning dove in flight, and then it went to the ground to land. Nice and dry in here. Out there is a different story. It's not raining very hard, I would say, but it's enough to be bothersome in terms of getting equipment wet, especially lenses. Okay, I do see, it looks like there are at least a couple swans up ahead. This just feels like the kind of day where the rain is almost always blowing right at you. Okay, let's just turn in here for a bit. Oh, there's other activity too. Looks like American black ducks, and I'm not sure what, and at least a couple swans and Canada geese and mallards. All right. Yep. Okay. Again, the rain is blowing right in, it seems. Let's see what happens. Couple swans there. And as I said, there are a couple mallards as well. Canada goose over there. What kind of duck is that? Is that a... Looks like it might be a ringneck duck. It would help if it would turn to the side. Might be. Hold on. Hold on a second. Yes, ringneck duck, I think. Another Canada goose there. And I had mentioned American black ducks. They're over here on the other side of the road. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know. I think that's what they are. And we're going to move on. Let me just take a quick look with binoculars. Okay, we'll move on. Not rained out yet, but I mean it could happen. Again, it's not raining that hard, it's just that it's blowing around a bit, and that makes opening the windows a problem. More ducks, I think. Yeah, I think. Let's get to that. Northern shovelers and green-winged teals. Oh, and a number of hold on, what's that? muskrat, I think. Let me see if I can open the window. You know, it's better than I thought. Okay. Looking this way is not bad. Not great, but not bad. Oh, shoot. So we have ringneck ducks here. These are ringneck ducks. The males have that black head and that little white patch at the shoulder. See that white ring on the bill also is helpful, and at the top there's that white on the very edge, and so those are helpful markers. And I saw also some green-winged teals. There's a green-winged teal, a couple of them, a few of them. And I saw also, where are they? I saw northern shovelers also. There they are. Female on the left, male on the right. Nice. I mentioned muskrat. Let's see if I can look back at it. It's raining. No question about it. Let's look back at that. Get back in the car. And I want to tend to something. 1 second. Shovelers, and might be something else out there, but I don't know if we'll be able to see them just because of the rain. See some mallards. And a few more ringneck ducks. Sorry about the weather, everybody. And east to our right. And a few ring-necked ducks to our left. May have just seen a robin, I'm not sure. No doubt about it. I mean, sometimes you go out bird watching and you just got to deal with the weather as it is. Basically, all you can do is hope that it clears up. I see some kind of, looks like a raptor in the air. Looks like a bald eagle. Not very close, but it's there. Come on. Where'd it go? Oh, come on. Well, it was in the air. It wasn't close. I still see it. Let's move on. When it comes to the tour, we can only hope sometimes that, okay, well, hopefully it'll clear up by the time we get to this location or that location. Just hope that it, sometimes clears up, during the driving portions. Actually, if you think about it, maybe not a great many birds are here in this area, but we had a nice variety just now. Between swans and various species of duck. Straight ahead. We're not going to go looking for that the great horned owl nest this week. Not until I've hopefully spoken with Richard, the gentleman who tipped me off about the nest last year. See if he knows anything I don't know. He's he was last year. I'm not sure if he's going to be this year, but he was a volunteer at the visitor center last year, and that's when he told me about the nest. And the visitor center has not yet opened for the season, so I haven't bumped into him anywhere. See a couple of crows on the ground to our left. I just want to drive through this area anyway, just in case there's something else of interest. We won't go as far as that area where the nest was last year. Now it says 38 degrees. Oh my goodness. I did not happen to notice, maybe I just didn't read it properly, but I did not happen to notice, any indication that the temperature would be falling today. But we saw as high as 53 degrees, and now it's 38 degrees. I don't know what you people are doing out there. Turn the heat back on. What do I see? Canada geese? 2 of them? Yes. They're right over the road. Interesting. There's some not birds, but oh, come on. See those signs. I'm not sure what they say. I mean, there are others posted. I wonder if they're going to construct something. Hold on a second. I gotta. Whatever. Okay. Wonder if they're going to put in some kind of a, I don't know, something there. I don't recall seeing those, and They were in a couple places I don't recall seeing them before, but maybe they were there and I just never noticed. Just saw, I think it was a red-tailed hawk in a tree, close to the road. Like it was kind of puffed up. I think it was a red-tailed hawk. It's definitely larger bird, looked like a raptor of some sort. So looking ahead in the fields, nothing is standing out as, no white birds. Kind of quiet. And we'll come over here. Us, just look around with binoculars. Yeah, nothing. Nothing stands out at all. There might be some blackbirds of some sort. Let's see if we can see what. If I can find them, where are they? Look like red-winged blackbirds. I'm not sure if it's exclusively them, but red-winged blackbirds there on the ground, but nothing else really. Nothing else that I see. Okay, let's move on. Oh, I just heard a killdeer. I may have even seen it, but now it's out of view. I did see a couple killdeer from my my home the other day. they seem to be, given that and what we saw last week, they are either back or they're getting back. There has been a ban on burning things outside because overall, I think it's been considered fairly dry. Now, I've seen water levels in rivers seem pretty healthy and high, but I think overall we didn't get that much snow in much of the area that I travel. And these fields, for instance, that we're driving by right now, they don't look like they're particularly wet. And, last week there were a number of gulls to our right, and I'm not seeing any of that, and the ground looks maybe muddy, but it's, in terms of open water, there isn't any. And on the left, where we saw a couple weeks ago, quite a few ducks, mostly, mallards and pintails, there's no open water there. No standing water, so it's like, there's not much drawing the birds, I guess. We're driving over the Seneca River now, and I see nothing. So we'll turn right around. Very fair to say we haven't seen all that much yet today. Depending on what you're looking for, even a day like this, if you're giving bird watching a try, it can still be enjoyable. Sure, it's raining, but right now I'm in the car, I'm comfortable, and it's just a matter of finding birds. And there might be frustration if the conditions are blowing, have the wind blowing the rain right on you. I mean, sure, that's an issue, but we still have maybe the occasional rewarding look at something. And, even though it's not a very beautiful day, it's just nice to drive around. So, as I've suggested before, encourage people to try bird watching. They might enjoy it. Oh, to our right was a red-tailed hawk on the utility lines, facing away from us. saw probably a pigeon. Never mind. So if you haven't figured it out, we're heading to Van Dyne Spoor Road. We haven't been there in months. And there's no winter maintenance on the road that leads to, I guess what could be said to be the main viewing area. But, I don't expect, we should be able to get through it. It might be a muddy mess, but we should be able to get through it. And you never know. There might be more water there and maybe fewer plants blocking our view, so we might see something. So that's why I was thinking, okay, we might as well give it a try. And that's why we're heading there. That wind is pushing us around a little bit as we drive, so I mean it's definitely a factor. And as you can probably tell, it's not raining that hard, but when the wind is blowing the rain right at me, it's not fun. And it potentially gets on the lens and ruins our view. So we'll see what happens. Sometimes, you drive through an area like this, and maybe you're heading to a given area, but in getting there, sometimes you have a nice sighting. And so, for me, I try to keep my eyes open, and just you never know what we'll see. Do I hear a train? Yes. Yes, I do. So, welcome to Van Dyne Spoor Road. 37 degrees. And on the utility lines, looks like a couple, mourning doves. I did see also, and I've seen some eBird alerts about them, but I'm pretty sure I saw at least one tree swallow the other day from home. To our left, I see some Canada geese in the air in the distance, and I'm not sure who these guys are in the tree. Hold on. I think we can get away with looking out. Red-winged blackbirds, I think. See an American robin and red-winged blackbirds. So for here, from here on, from December 1st through April 1st, there's no maintenance. So the road may not be in very good shape. It's, I should say, it's only a, mud and occasionally some rocks road, and looks like they've cut down a lot of the trees here. I wonder why. Maybe just to prevent, I don't know. I mean, looks like they cut down a lot to, I doubt they're going to make the road wider. Or would they? I don't know. There is water there. I don't know if that would be classified as a stream. I don't think so, but I don't know. And, would that be something they'd have to deal with if that's the case? I don't know. That might be, I don't know if it's private property or not there. I can't say. So I gotta deal with something. And And we might not, we might not see anything here at all today. I don't know, but and I think it's slowed down enough rain-wise, so I'll open the windows a bit. Are we going to hear anyone singing? I don't know. Maybe not, but we might hear some vocalizations of one sort or another. And over the last couple of years, I've come to appreciate this stretch as much as the more open area up ahead, just because this area with woods on either side sometimes would have some good sightings, or at least maybe some sounds to hear and note. The road itself is so far not as bad as I thought it might be, but it could be that it's just hasn't had a lot of traffic on it. But that'll change soon enough, and there's definitely some potholes. Oh, great blue heron. And I hear a Canada goose, and I see some ducks flying around. Come on. They look like mallards. Come on, autofocus, what's your problem? It's really slow today. It makes me wonder if it's even on. Another great blue heron back there. I hear something. What am I hearing? Didn't sound like... Now I'm hearing a mallard, but I thought I heard something else. Oh, come on, come on. Okay, so those are blue-winged teals. No, they're not blue-winged teals. What am I thinking? Those look like, are they widgeons? Not blue-winged teals. Shame on you, Ferris. Yes, American widgeons. And what is that? I think it's a mallard, I think. Yeah, it looks like a mallard. And northern shovelers, a couple of them there. And did I hear somebody else? More mallards there. And I think we're probably hearing a tree frog. And up ahead it looks like a muskrat on the road. And I see more ducks up ahead. Possibly some northern pintails. Yes, pintails and mallards and American black duck. Oh, there's blue-winged teals. That's a male right there. Those are the pintails. And more pintails. And who's that back there? Is that a green-winged teal by any chance? Possibly. I'm not sure. Yeah, green-winged teals, I think. Definitely, green-winged teals. And I think I'm hearing a song sparrow chip note. Let's, oh, don't fly away. You know, we're going to turn around, I think, so I can get the other camera in use. Gotta watch out for the muskrat. Oh, muskrat just ran off the road. I'm glad we're here. A couple Canada geese are in the air right now, and you hear them. Oh, hold on a second. No, don't. Oh, he ran off. He or she. The muskrat came very close and now kind of hidden. Well, definitely hidden. Alright, so hold on. I was hoping to give you a good look. So we've seen a number of duck species, and let's see if we can have a slightly better look at them. I think we're hearing now the northern pintails. I'm hearing red-winged blackbirds. This is a northern pintail, a male. Oh, do I hear a gadwall? Possibly. I think I'm hearing gadwalls. So these are mallards here. And that is an American black duck there, behind them. Let's see if we can just show you the female mallard there in the foreground. It's very similar to the American black duck behind them. So you can understand why sometimes it's difficult to determine if you're seeing one species or the other. A couple pintails, I believe, just took off. So we've got some northern pintails out here. And mallards along with them. Those are pintails back there. Look at that long tail that he has. Also, what else did we... I'm hearing more of the pintails. This is a female northern pintail. And I don't know if they're still around. We had seen green-winged teals and a blue-winged teal, but I'm not seeing those at the moment. Another muskrat there in the distance. And I just heard, I believe, one of the American widgeons somewhere around here, I think. Maybe not. Look farther out. These are American widgeons. Okay, there in the back, that's a green-winged teal, now swimming out of view. Who's making that noise? We have some widgeons there in the foreground, but they're in the grasses there from our perspective. Okay, let me just take a look around, see if I can find anything else of interest. At least for me, it's very helpful to have binoculars. I've mentioned before how, I've seen bird watchers out and about, and they've got maybe just a camera with, what is probably a decently powerful lens, and I've seen some, and it's like that's all they have. And I'm not saying that's wrong, but at least for me, it would be more difficult to find birds. I like to have a pair of binoculars with me to help me look for the birds very often, and it can be, very helpful. Take an area like this, it's a large area, and to look around here, with just the naked eye, at least for me, is difficult. Binoculars, on the other hand, they provide, a closer look, but still wide enough to help you, essentially search through a large area at one time. Oh, okay, hold on a second. More pintails. Let's see if we can. I probably should get the other camera out and about again. Come on. So pintails and mallards. Come on. We're going to move on. I have a feeling they're worried about me. Maybe. So I am very glad that we're here. We're seeing some good duck activity. And, oh, I see a northern shoveler, or 3 or 4, actually, and another muskrat, I think, too. There's a northern shoveler. And are these more shovelers out here? Yes. Oh, and those are widgeons, American widgeons. And I apologize, sometimes I'm not going to say a species' full name. I might say shoveler, but it's northern shoveler. And, for the most part, okay, doesn't matter. Oh, some of whatever is falling in the form of, like, flurries. Anyway, and, some, like the American widgeon, we fairly regularly have Eurasian widgeons. Not a lot of them, but like we might have, you see on occasion reports of one having been seen. Those are more northern pintails. And who's with them? Anybody? Nope, they're all northern pintails. But I apologize, sometimes I don't say the full species name. More American widgeons back there. Northern pintails. And who's that back there? Those back there yeah, those look like, yes, gadwalls. Yes, those are gadwalls, so at least 3 gadwalls. And I had mentioned I had heard, or at least I had thought I was hearing a gadwall or 2. So they're gadwalls. So a good variety of ducks to be seen here. And, how many times did we come here last year and really, at least in this stretch, not see much, if anything? And that was probably because... And as I said, as we were approaching here, I thought, well, we might as well check because there might be a little bit less vegetation, a little bit more water, and sure enough, we have more to see here than we normally would expect. Now, who's that? Northern pintails there. Those look like they might have been more gadwalls. The autofocus is just not working well today for some reason. Oh, in the air, is that? Are those raptors maybe? Possibly? Come on. That's an eagle. And so is that. So we have a couple of eagles there. I'm guessing they're bald eagles. Let me take a look with binoculars. I'm not saying I'll be certain, but... Okay, let's continue on. A couple mallards swimming away. Oh, great blue heron just took off. Sorry, heron. Boy, this camera's just tight today. And is that, I don't know if that's the same heron or not. Okay, well. Now I think I see what may be I don't know. Yeah. I think ringneck ducks. If the focus would work. Yes, ringneck ducks. And gadwalls. More gadwalls by the looks of things. Oh no, but gadwalls and ringneck ducks. Gadwalls there, ringneck ducks there. Is that an American coot? It might be. But here, closer to us, another muskrat. Is that, again, that's an American coot, I think. One sec, not a duck, but let's see if we can get it. There it is. Yes, that is definitely an American coot. No surprise to see them here. We saw them throughout the summer. And, I think we've seen them here and there on Cayuga Lake through the winter. We wouldn't expect to see the very similar common gallinule, different species, you know, anywhere in the area, you know, throughout the winter, but the coots stay around. Just maybe not in the usual places where they would spend their summers. Oh, these ducks just took off. And do I see a swan? Possibly. Distant. I think we're scaring away some of the ducks. Yeah, I think there were, oh shoot, sorry ducks. Boy, this camera's just not working well for some reason. I don't know why. It was fine before. It was fine last week. And lots of ducks, unfortunately, mallards and more ringneck ducks. So you can see, I mean, there's considerably more water than there was, you know, through the summer months, and you know, this is proving to be a good place for those are Canada geese. Ringneck ducks for the most part. We'll turn around in a moment. American widgeons, and a couple Canada geese here. Those could all be, I'm not sure, they might be muskrat mounds, but I'm not positive. Hard for me to say. These again are ringneck ducks. And that's the swan out there. I'm guessing it's a trumpeter, but I don't know. We'll try to take a closer look. Let me just check on something here. Okay. showing you the mallard because that just might give you an idea. I mean, the ring-necked duck is smaller than the mallard. And that swan, if I can find it. Hold on, wait a minute here. Okay, there it is. Oh. Is that an eagle on the ground? I think so. Yes, and there, I thought I saw another one. Somewhere. There. Bald eagles. Okay, the swan, before we lose sight of it. Oops. Oh, it's a mute swan. It's okay, that's surprising. It's the only one I see so far. And in the air is somebody, I don't know if I'll be able to get it or not. Bald eagle. Seen a few bald eagles here today. We've seen we've heard red-winged blackbirds. Just heard a song sparrow. But a number of duck species, including ring-necked duck and mallard, American black duck, American widgeon. Gadwall. Green-winged teal, blue-winged teal, northern shovelers, gadwalls, I think, and I just heard one. Okay, let's move on. Also seen great blue herons and just the one American coot. But I'm glad we came up here. It is. Yeah, that's snow that's falling now. I had not expected that. Maybe I didn't check this forecast very closely for here. I kind of looked mainly at Ithaca, but was out of the water. I'm going to take off, I think. I think we're going to head back. I probably startled them. I'm sorry about that. Great blue heron not too far away. I don't want to stop and bother it. I wonder, and I don't know this for a fact, but I just wonder, are they a little more skittish, the great blue herons, because it's early in the season and they're maybe not as accustomed to, oh, I see in the air, I won't be able to show it to you with that camera, especially the way it's working today, a northern harrier. I was going to give you another, I was going to make another attempt at a close-up with a muskrat, and it was there, and then finally, as I was just switching, it took off, ran away. I mean, it didn't even seem to notice me. There are some other, oh, the harrier might be a little closer now. Maybe I could show it to you with this camera. Maybe not. Oh, there's another one. And was that another one? No, I think just the two. So actually, I would say overall this has been the most active area we've seen in terms of just the birds and even the muskrats and everything. It's just been the most interesting spot we've stopped. But we're going to move on, like I said. It's definitely worth coming here. More gadwalls, I think. Oh, sorry. More dust flying away. Just as we drive by. And, you know, as I've said before, I always want to avoid startling any bird and causing it to fly away. And I certainly don't do anything to call a bird into view because, you know, the bird is in vegetation and I, you know, either use my phone to issue a sound for it or I make noises to have a curious bird look out. I don't do any of that. quite honestly, I don't think anyone should, but some people do. They probably think, oh, there's no harm. Well, you know what? Every effort expended requires energy and time. And let's grab to our right. And as far as I'm concerned, that energy, you know, means calories burned, and that means it needs to find some food to replace those calories. And, you know, if we're talking about a pet at home, well, you know, you can feed it, but when we're talking about animals in the wild, you know, they have to struggle to survive every day. And there are even, you know, serious bird watchers out there, and you see sometimes in their eBird reports that, you know, they've seen a bird and it responded to such and such sounds or whatever. Well, you know what? You're not supposed to be making those sounds as far as I'm concerned. Granted, I'm just speaking for myself, but I just think it's selfish to do that, to make those sounds. I can, as much as anybody, appreciate the desire to get a look at a given bird, but you know, put myself in the place of the bird. Would I want to be disturbed for no reason whatsoever? Take my time and take my energy just because someone wants to see me? So, I would, you know, I didn't know what we would end up seeing coming here. It was my hope that we would, you know, just see a little bit more activity. I would have to say, you know, I was prepared to be surprised, and I'd say I was not overly surprised, only because we did see a lot, and, you know, I was thinking, well, we have a good chance of seeing a lot there. So I'm glad, like I said, I'm glad we decided to come over here. And, you know, things will, well, one thing interesting about Van Dyne's spoor, I've mentioned this before, I may have just seen a northern flicker. I think that's what I am seeing, and I'm seeing a number of robins on the field to our right, but I saw a northern flicker, which is a type of woodpecker. Anyway, Van Dyne's spoor, it's just, it seems like over the years we've had times when it's, you know, when I'm eager to go back there to look at something, but it's been a different reason each time, you know. I remember once a few years ago we were seeing really a good flock of killdeer there. Lots of killdeer activity. And there were other times when we'd see 4 or 5 American kestrels, the small falcon I referenced earlier. In the cornfield to our left, there are a few Canada geese, 1, 2, at least 4. There have been other times when maybe there were just a lot of ducks there, or a couple Canada geese just flew over the road. So often there's been, a good reason to go there, but that reason it's not always the same reason. Oh, we want to see such and such there today. And I know I've told you before how sometimes we've been there, and before we get there, my own thinking is, well, this will probably be the last time we go there this season. And we end up driving through, and we have some wonderful sighting or two of some sort. And the very next week, well, I think we're going to go back, but this might be the last time we go. So in terms of Van Dyne Spoor, I'd say it's a good place for pleasant surprises. There are going to be times when you go there and there's really very little activity. But there's always a decent chance for some kind of a surprise. Something you might not have expected. And it may not be a species that's rare or anything, but it could be just, maybe the numbers that are involved or something else. I think for me, that's another thing about bird watching. Those pleasant surprises, or just those special looks at whatever. And it doesn't even have to be a bird. It could be you're out and about and you just have, you witness a beautiful sunset. And what's so great about that? Well, it is different when you're witnessing whatever you're talking about with your own eyes, as opposed to just seeing something that you've looked up in a book, or you're seeing a photo on the internet or something like that. And I realize that you're not all here with me, but in a way you are. And I think of this as us being out and about together, essentially. I know I've mentioned it before, but it's strange when we're on the tour, we're streaming and everything, and maybe it's at the end of the day, and the feeling I have is, okay, I'm with you, and then I say good night to everybody. I turn off the equipment, and oh yeah, you're all by yourself on this road, like maybe East Road or something like that. It's just you and the mosquitoes, There was one of the nights last autumn. We closed up on East Road. It was a clear night, and we closed up, and I think I just sat and kind of, while packing up, I was kind of just listening to everything. There was a fair amount of activity down in the marsh. And it was getting dark, but I could still see it, and I could hear it. And again, it was getting darker and darker. Eventually, I couldn't really see it, but I could definitely hear it. Canada geese and other birds. And I looked up at the sky, and there are no street lights on East Road, so had a very nice view of the night sky, and with it being clear, I just had a wonderful look. I didn't stay and really linger, but a wonderful look up at the stars. And, it was something because, again, it felt like you were all with me, and then just a couple minutes later, I'm looking up at the stars, and I'm like out in the middle of nowhere, effectively. And it was quiet, and just had that look at the stars. It was beautiful. And I have to say, because it was, there wasn't a lot of light pollution from, street lights or whatever, just had a good sense of, just how many stars there were. And there, I was seeing a lot of stars that ordinarily I would not be able to see. And I did look up, and here's an example. Looking up with the naked eye was fine, and looking up with a telescope would be fine. But I really enjoyed it. I took a look with my binoculars, so I was seeing effectively a wide field of view, but magnified enough so I could get a good sense of how many stars there were. It wasn't just looking through my scope at a very narrow field of view, and you can sense things, sure, but it's hard. In some ways, it's harder to appreciate the enormity of the universe. Anyway, we're on East Road. It is back up to 38 degrees. The sun is kind of out a little bit, but it's mostly cloudy, and you can probably see there are flurries falling. Again, I thought there might be rain. I did not expect flurries, but then again, maybe I didn't look closely enough at the forecast for the Montezuma area. Maybe it was really mostly Ithaca. With the naked eye looking down on the Knox Marcellus Marsh, which is to our left, I'm not seeing anything. But last week we took a look, and there was more to it than what the naked eye was showing. Now I'm going to look with binoculars quickly. Well, there are a few ducks down there, a couple Canada geese as well, but it seems like probably less activity this week than last week. I don't know if we'll be able to tell what's there, but I'm not positive, but I would believe these. I'm fairly certain these look like American black ducks. Same. And be. Oh, who's that out there? Those are northern shovelers. On very shortly. There's not that much going on here at all. A couple more Canada geese, or Canada geese there, but I saw some that were closer. A couple of them. I don't know exactly where they were. Give a look with binoculars and another look, and probably move on. Let's look way out there. Is something going on out there? Maybe not. Those are ducks of some sort in the air. All right, we're going to move on. I just want to check one other thing. We just saw, I don't know if you saw them, but common mercansers are out there, way out there. They're there. Species of duck, if you didn't know. I'm not getting a good view, of course, but there they are. And I thought I saw something else. Oh, right there. Is that a ringneck duck? Looks like it. Yes, ringneck duck there. Probably a couple of them there. And we're going to move on. Oh, before I do, there are a few other Canada geese in the grasses over here. In case you're wondering. And is that something or no? No. And I hear a couple Canada geese sound like they're in the air. But let's move on. As I've mentioned before, I find East Road is worth checking out throughout the year. You know, winter obviously has a lot less activity, but we do occasionally see something. up here on the road or along the road. Or, I mean, a few weeks ago we had a very nice look at those wild turkeys, and there was snow on the ground at the time. But in the warmer months, there can be just wonderful activity to observe. Sometimes, it does seem when we're here it's not that busy during the summer, but I'm wondering if, really the time to be here is later in the day. And I've seen with my own eyes at times that it has been extremely active here late in the day in the summer. To our right is looks like an American crow in the tree. And another one on the ground. So I think we're going to start making our way back towards Ithaca, and we'll start it off together, I think. Last week I had my doubts as to our ability to see anything of interest, but we did see a lot of ducks on the lake eventually. One second. What do I see? Those are pigeons. And, I'd be curious if they're still there or if they have moved on. And so we'll at least start things together. And if it looks like there's nothing around, then we'll take a break. Okay? Okay. Driving by the eagle nest. I'm not sure if I saw anybody up there or not. I don't think so. Even if I did, I didn't see it well. And I wouldn't be able to show it to you well. So we're going to continue. I wonder if we should stop and look at the rookery again, because there's not as much rain now as there had been, but I think we saw things well enough. I think we'll continue on, especially when I am concerned about time, as usual. Still something falling. It's still, there are flurries in the air. Earlier it had been rain. Don't know what is, reaching Ithaca right now, if anything. so glad that years ago, after hearing, oh, you got to go to Montezuma, you got to go to Montezuma, you really got to go to Montezuma, it's great up at Montezuma. I'm glad I one day decided to come up here and take a look around. And as I've mentioned in the past, I left that day disappointed because Wildlife Drive was closed. I must have come up here in March, and or maybe February, I'm not sure, and it was closed, and there was little or nothing to see, and I didn't know my way around, so I just turned around and went right back to Ithaca. But I'm glad I gave it another try, figuring, okay, there's got to be something, and also, maybe that I missed something or whatever, and so again, I'm glad I came back up here, and we've been coming up here on the tour since maybe the second or third time the tour was run. I remember, we started, the tour was started in September, and I believe it was by October we had our first visit up here. A couple Canada geese to our right. On either side, there's on the right-hand side, cornfield. On the left-hand side, I believe it's also a cornfield, although it looks a little different. But so, a number of weeks ago, we decided to go look at the birds that were in the water to our left. Again, I'm not positive if it's considered Cayuga Lake or if it's something else, but whatever. There were a lot of swans and ducks and geese and everything, and at least with the naked eye, I might have just seen maybe one swan, but other than that, there's like nothing there to be seen. From with the naked eye, maybe a closer look, maybe I would have seen some ducks or something, but I don't know. But certainly no swans down there. And would there be many swans around now? Probably not. I mean, I'm saying the entire area. It could be that they've moved on and headed further north. I imagine Dolph may know about that better than I do. Right now on the water, I don't see anything. Just take a quick look with binoculars. Nothing. Let's keep driving a little bit together. I see something out there, I think. Way out there. Let me just look with binoculars. Yeah, there's some ducks about maybe 3/4 of the way across. 2/3, 3/4 of the way across. We'll try to find a spot. I don't know if we'll be able to see them. Just a spot from which we can observe. I know some people, and understandably, are not not appreciative if we're looking, you know, if we've stopped on the road and we're looking through. Just a quick look with this camera. Like I said, they're way out there. I hear a northern flicker. I'm not sure what they are. Again, I don't want to stop here because I know they've objected. If I had to guess, though, we just saw some of the same mix we saw last week. And last week on Cayuga Lake, we were seeing, you know, redheads and canvasbacks and scops and ringneck ducks. So if I had to guess, it's the same sort of mix. Might get a bit. Seeing some swallows out there. Yeah, above the water here. I'm not sure I'll get any of them, and I don't see them now. That's a bufflehead that just dove, and oh. Sorry everybody, I had a major battery issue and like I said, a major battery issue. Sorry about that. Let's try. Just, I don't know what you saw. But there are canvasbacks out here mostly, and there are redheads as well. And then I just realized that even farther out, what I wonder is there possibly a different mix or no? I don't think so. Same mix, mostly canvasbacks and I don't know if we have any scops out there. I think we might have some scops out there. Yes. Yes. But in this other group closer, we have mostly canvasbacks and redheads. These are canvasbacks. Oh, and that's an American coot there, with the dark bird with the white bill. Not a duck. And that looks like a scop there, a female scop. Oh, she just dove. So not many scops, but there are some. around, and maybe they're all more out there in that even farther area. I did see a couple buffalo heads. Hold on. Right here, those are buffalo heads. That's a male on the right. Small duck. Hold on, let me just get zoomed in here. That's the female there. And I don't know if I'm going to show them to you, but I think I've been seeing some swallow. Yep, just flew some swallows flying around. I'm not sure what they are, but so it's something. And we're going to move along. This is more of that same extended flock. Okay, let's move on. Suffice it to say, it's not that the battery wasn't charged, it's that the wire to the battery became disconnected. So, that's what happened. Now, in terms of the number of swans we've seen today, I see a common grackle. It's starting to, it definitely feels more like the warmer months in terms of the numbers we've seen. Now, we may come upon a group of swans somewhere like we did last week. I don't know. So the ducks we were just looking at, they're far out on the lake, so they're not giving us any close-up views. But let's continue to drive together just a little bit and see. Hold on. I just saw somebody closer. Some ringneck ducks, canvasbacks, redhead. Let's back up if I can. Oh, who just ran across the road? A dog? Yeah, it must have been a dog. Behind me. Saw the mirror. That was a ringneck duck, and there's another one. And there may be a few more over here. Oh no, those are redheads. Seems I have a little bit of dirt on my camera sensor. Can't deal with it now. And I thought hold on, where'd they go? Thought I saw some, okay, a couple buffalo heads here. Well, I have more dirt on the either sensor or somewhere. A couple different spots. Oh, and I think I see a canvasback. Couple canvasbacks here. That's a female right there. And She's now out of view, and the male is about to be out of view also. There he goes. Very briefly, let's go back to the ringneck ducks that are here. Female and male. Okay, we're going to move on. One look well out there. The ringneck ducks, or at least 2 or 3 of them, just flew away for some reason. I think those are scops out there, but that's well across the lake. And, you know, would we be able to have a view? Maybe, I don't know, but... Okay, let's move on. So unless there's something else that's closer, we're not gonna, I don't think we're gonna stop anymore. I just saw a few birds that were closer, but I lost sight of them. Where are they? Oh, there they are. They're also ringneck ducks. Mallards. Here we reach the park. The boat launch area, I haven't talked about it, but it's been closed. You know, it's been barricaded off for a while now. I just don't recall if they used to do that in prior years, but I don't know why they'd be doing it, but they've been doing it. And it's rather unfortunate, because sometimes it would be nice to drive down in there, and oh no, maybe that's why. I see there's some kind of heavy equipment there. Maybe they just don't want anyone going down there at all. Maybe they're doing some kind of work or something. Maybe. Let's pull over and take a quick look at some snow geese. Just a few. This battery is almost dead, but let's take a look. So we have, there's a Canada goose, hopefully it's okay, and there are a few snow geese here. Just a few. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 snow geese that I can see, and that's just, okay, figured as much, and Canada goose who's here. I hope that Canada goose is okay. I don't know. Oh, farther out on the lake, maybe more of the same. We're going to move on. Oops. I worry about that Canada goose. I wonder if it's injured or something. It's tough being a bird. I see a robin. And let me just, oh, you know what? Let's pull into the parking lot. I do see some other birds. They're not too far away, but just look with binoculars. 1 second. Essentially more of the same. I see ring-neck ducks and redheads and nothing else. So I think instead of looking at them, we'll just move on. And we'll continue together just because there, I'm wondering if there are any swans around to look at. I have a feeling I know the answer. But you never know. Up ahead, there are areas where we often have seen swans, and they may still be around. So like I said, we'll continue together for the moment. And if we don't see any swans, I think we're likely to take a break in a short while. I may have just seen a couple swans. They're not very close, but they're there. Hold on 1 second. Just a quick look with this camera. I hear a crow. They're mute swans, or at least that one is, and that one's snoozing, so let's move along here. But those were mute swans. So today we've seen a tundra swan, mute swans, and I think that's it. We have not seen too many swans, and I don't believe we've seen any trumpeter swans anywhere. Could be wrong, but I don't believe so. See a couple mallards nearby. It's very shallow there. The water levels are low, but that's artificially the case. I've mentioned it before, but they deliberately, from what I'm told, they deliberately restrict the flow of water into the lake during the winter. And it's my understanding they do that because they're concerned about heavy melting flows or whatever, causing flooding. So they've over the last, number of years, they've been restricting the water so that there's and diverting it elsewhere, so that there's more of a dumping ground, you could say, for excess melt, snow melt, and rain in the spring. And that sounds like sounds great, but actually, as it happens, some people are upset about that because they like to fish, and the reduced water really does affect things. There are quite a few ducks here. I'm going to pull over and let these other vehicles by me. And what do we have? Redheads and... Okay, I have to change batteries anyway. 1 second. And I don't know if this is really a good spot to be. 1 second here. Okay, batteries changed in the camera. Oh, you know what? Let's try going up here and see if we can see a little better. This will be fine. Yeah. So redheads and ring-neck ducks, and I'm not sure what else. These are ring-neck ducks here. And that's a redhead, of course. See, he has got a red head and a gray body. Do I see something else out there? Possibly. 1 second. Oh, shoot. These are scops. Look at that blue bill on the male scop. See his white. He's got essentially the flank of his body's white, not just that corner at the shoulder like the ringneck duck has. Now, are they greater or lesser scops? I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Thinking they might be greater, but I don't know. Okay, RC thinks they're lesser. Okay, I saw the point, the little bit of a pointed tuft. Okay, these are ring-neck ducks. And notice again, white at the shoulder, but not like along the whole side. And some of these have become quite close to us. again, we're still with ringneck ducks. That's a redhead there. And let's look a little bit farther out in a moment. So we have more scops out there. I don't know if I see anybody. Hold on, we've got a car to pass us. Come on, let's go. So really, essentially the same sort of mix. They just happen to be a little closer, and the viewing angle is actually a little bit better here than it was, back behind us. Come on, Subaru, let's go, let's go. Oh, they're doing the same thing I am. Or are they? No, they're not. They're confused, that's all. They're a Subaru. Come on. Confused. Okay, now, back to the ringneck ducks here. Oh, a couple redheads there with them. We'll move on shortly. But I don't think we're going to have much more to see, to be honest with you. Now, I haven't seen any canvasbacks in this raft or grouping or whatever you want to call it. Okay, we're going to move on. Some nice views though, so I'm glad we are here. Just beautiful. behind me. I want to take a look at something. More of the same, but let me, I'll give you a look anyway, just to give you a sense. I mean, again, overall, there are a lot of birds out there. Just heard a song sparrow. I mean, look, you know, in the distance, there are a lot of birds out there. More scops out there by the looks of things. Is that a swan? It is. It's a mute swan. Yeah, that's another thing about birds. And we see it all the, year after year. We hear a certain bird and we say, oh, that's a sign of spring or whatever. And just in the last couple of days at home, I heard a song sparrow singing. And it just, it just said to me, I took it as a sign of spring. I mean, just because more scops. Just because I haven't been hearing song sparrows sing. To be honest with you, I'm not sure they've been around, but I mean, they certainly haven't been singing during the winter. And now to hear them, singing in the spring, it just, it says we're definitely changing the season. And take another look here. More scops and ring-necked ducks, but there might be opportunities for direct comparisons. Oh, bufflehead there. Female. So there in the foreground we have some ring-necked ducks, and there was nearby, at least there, is a lesser scaup, and again you can see he's got a white flank as opposed to the white, just the white triangular shape of a ring-necked duck like that one. And I keep pointing this out because sometimes you can't see them that well, but if you see that flash of white and it looks like it's just at the shoulder as opposed to the whole side, then you might say, okay, I'm probably seeing a ring-necked duck as opposed to a scaup. There's a male bufflehead. And there's a female. Anybody else out there out of the ordinary or anything? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. Okay, I'm going to leave everything in place for just a moment because we don't have much farther to go, I don't believe. And I am correct. And there are no swans to be seen. No swans that I can see anyway. And so I think it's time we took a break. So maybe around 6 o'clock, 6:15, everybody? Okay? 6 o'clock or 6:15. Check to make sure you've gotten the message. Welcome to the Cornell University campus, everybody. We are looking at red-tailed hawks. It is 41 degrees. I would say it's rather windy, but we have found, right off the bat, our beautiful red-tailed hawks. This, if you didn't know, is a male named Barney, and his mate is right over here. Her name is Big Red. And let me just make sure everything is up and running. Everything is up and running. And we're not going to be on the campus all that long, I think, because we found everybody. They are in Bradfield Hall. Their nest, hold on. Oh, did I call him Barney? Shame on me. Barney is, my apologies, I confuse. I guess I have too many hawks in my, well, not enough hawks in my life, really. But this, I'm sorry, is Big Red. And this is Arthur. I mistakenly called him Barney. Barney is one of my neighbors who lives near me. But anyway, they are red-tailed hawks. Thank you, Dolph, for pointing that out to me. This is Arthur. And let's take a closer look at Arthur. I mistakenly called you Barney. My neighboring red-tailed hawks, I've named Betty and Barney, by the way, if you didn't know. So this is Arthur. And we've got a little bit of heat shimmer, maybe probably from the car itself. Just get some... That's better. We're not going to stay here on the campus too long because we've found them already. Their nest, I can't really show you their nest between the angle, because it's rather behind me, and a tree in the way. I can't show you their nest, but their nest is nearby. And they are not, my understanding is and I have not watched them myself, but they've been working on it, refurbishing it, and getting it ready for the season. But they are not actually using it just yet. And their nest, anyway, is on an athletic field lighting tower. So again, this is Big Red. She's named, the mascot for or the team names or whatever you want to call for Cornell University, or they're called the Big Red, and she was named I guess in that vein. And Arthur was named after, was it after the founder of the Cornell Lab of Ornithology? I believe so. So like I said, we're not going to stay here on the campus too long. Ordinarily we spend time, driving around and looking for them, but just happened to come this way, and I saw them both right off the bat. And you can see they're not far from each other. Sometimes we will see them on those same, on one perch together. But not right now. And I don't know if they were, I wonder if they mated a short while ago. I have no idea. Wouldn't surprise me if they had. But he's been looking around a little bit. I wonder if he's going to take off soon. The lighting tower itself, where their nest is swaying in the wind as it often does. I think we're going to head to Sapsucker Woods very shortly. So again, I apologize for mistakenly referring to him, to Arthur, as one of the red-tailed hawks who lives near me, named Barney. In the air, I see. Hold on, I think they're gulls. They are. And I think it's time we made our way to Sapsucker Woods. We'll drive around a little bit just to have a look around. Every once in a while that happens. We're lucky in finding them right away. And when you find them right away and together, wait, what do I see? Is that a robin? No, mourning dove at the top of Little Rice Hall. Anyway, when you find them, together and right away, it's obviously a big time saver. And it does give us more time at Sapsucker Woods should we decide to utilize it. I don't believe we'll drive there right away for a couple of reasons. Although, well, we should make our way there soon. I do suspect, though, our walk at Sapsucker won't be great because it is windy and, the temperature is dropping again. It was up as high as 43, or at least it looked like it was 43 if my thermometer is to be believed. Now it's down to 39. But let's... Oh, I shouldn't have gone this way. I shouldn't have gone this way. Let's turn around. When I was driving by and I saw something up there on those ledges, and I thought, it could be, might be a peregrine falcon or something else. Maybe maybe I'm even incorrectly seeing something, and maybe there's nothing there at all. But then I could see as I made the turn, I was like, okay, there's definitely somebody there, and it looks like there's somebody there on both ledges. If you are new to all of this, those perches are used often, but especially during the nesting season and shortly thereafter, when the young are still around, and in that area, we'll often see Big Red and Arthur there on those ledges. Sometimes, on the ledge, but just for a short while, and we see often, once eggs are laid, Big Red will be the one who stays on the nest most often. But every once in a while, she'll be given a break by Arthur, and so she'll fly, and she won't go necessarily too far away. Just kind of stretch her wings, get a little exercise, who knows what else, and then return. But sometimes she will go to those perches, and but she'll eventually return for the night, and the incubating duties. Then later, once the chicks don't need her there, she'll start. She might occasionally spend a night there on the ledge, and then eventually, more often, we'll spend the night on the ledge. Okay, I was hoping maybe we'd see something on BB Lake. Do I see something? Maybe a. Oh yeah, I see. What do I see here? Hold on a second. Oh, got a lot of trees in the way, but I believe I'm seeing some common. Yes, there are a few common mergansers down there, and don't know if we'll have any place that'll provide a clear line of sight. Oh, do I see somebody else? No, more common mergansers. I did see some red-breasted mergansers on my way here. I had not seen any on the way to Montezuma, but on the way back I did. And I don't really see anything else on the lake, do I? I'm not going to be able to show you the mergansers. At least I don't believe I will. No. No. Okay, let's keep going. I think I will turn around, and I was thinking about just going right to Sapsucker Woods, but I just want to look at one or two other areas on the campus. Even though we found, Big Red and Arthur, I think we'll go elsewhere, just to, like I said, look around. Sure, we spend most of our time on the campus, either, looking for Big Red and Arthur and possibly their offspring, but there are other birds on the campus, of course, and sometimes, like on BB Lake, there might be some nice waterfowl, such as the common mergansers I just mentioned, or maybe hooded mergansers, and we haven't done it in a while, but we've walked down there at times, and really had some nice bird watching there. Some good opportunities to see things. Not much activity today. But, we've also seen on the campus, well, we've never had any, not that I can recall, any close looks at, for instance, a great blue heron, but we've seen them flying overhead, and turkey vultures, and then sometimes, once the weather gets a little bit warmer, we start to see or hear not just robins, which are already back, but birds like eastern kingbirds, and last week, for instance, we were looking at dark-eyed juncos along with robins, and we might see, we've seen Cooper's hawks, we've seen peregrine falcons, we've seen a decent variety overall. Northern cardinals and northern flickers, that's that species of woodpecker I mentioned earlier today. Might see other red-tailed hawks. so it's my point is it's worth looking around sometimes. Something's going on here with construction around the livestock pavilion. The lot is, I don't know if it's construction or not, but it's closed off anyway. We'll go this way, I think. We'll take a left. Forgot to mention the starlings that we often will see in this area, and haven't seen a lot of pigeons. I used to see pigeons sometimes on, I think it was pigeons. Well, I know we definitely saw starlings up there, but I thought we sometimes saw pigeons on top of the vet school building, but maybe I'm wrong. I think I see something in the air. It might be a turkey vulture if I had to guess. The way it's flying, it looks like one. Not very close. I don't know if I'll see it for you or not. It does look like a turkey vulture. We've also seen not just American crows, but large numbers of American crows. Haven't seen that in a while, but there have been a few instances when we've been here on the campus and we've come across literally hundreds of American crows all together. And that's certainly an interesting sight to see. I don't believe that the campus would be considered much of a bird watching hotspot, but my point is there are birds to see here, and maybe many of the bird watchers that are out and about in this general area, Ithaca and Montezuma, maybe they don't spend much time on the campus. Maybe they think, oh yeah, red-tailed hawk, been there, done that. But we certainly like to see them, and so we do our best to see them. And while, maybe they don't think much of a red-tailed hawk sighting, I think we've had over the years some very good looks at red-tailed hawks, and not just good looks, meaning, okay, I can see this bird well, but we've seen interesting behavior too, and that's special in its own way. There's one evening that comes to mind, and actually I was watching it recently. It was back in 2019, June 2019, actually June 22nd, and the hawks had already fledged, the three young hawks, and they were spending time on Rice Hall, which was fine. I did not object. I was fine with it, but apparently Big Red was not happy, and it seemed like they were too relaxed for her to suit her, and she wanted to teach them, and she made an effort to teach them. So again, that was June 22nd of 2019, and you know, we had a very nice evening of watching the hawks that evening with interesting behavior, some good looks at them, and you know, if anyone wants to see such a thing, it's available on YouTube. So you know, on my channel, and the point is, sure, I'm sure many of the you know, the more professional, maybe they are professionals, who are bird watchers, and some of them actually work for the lab, you know, they may not, I don't know, maybe they're not interested in something that is commonly seen as a red-tailed hawk. But, you know, Big Red and Arthur and their young, well, you know, we've often referred to them as our hawks, because we've, you know, come to know them over the years, so they mean something to us. And when we can have a good look at them, well, so much the better. So it looks like 3 crows overhead. Looks like once we arrive at Sapsucker, I am going to have to bundle up a bit. I didn't bring my very warmest coat, thinking it would be, you know, completely unnecessary to do so, just because, you know, I saw a high temperature of 51 degrees, and I thought, oh, you know, no way. In fact, not only would that warmest coat not be necessary at 51 degrees or anywhere in the 40s, really, it gets to be too much. But I'm able to bundle up a bit, and I should be warm. It's windy, though, so that's going to factor into things. See anybody on the golf course. Maybe we'll see some Canada geese somewhere. Some robins. Not see much at Sapsucker, just given the conditions. It is getting a little dark. It's getting late. Snow flurries in the air. Just saw a U.S. Postal Service vehicle, a larger one, at the gas station. And I don't know if I've ever seen before a U.S. Postal Service vehicle at a gas station. Maybe I have. I don't. If I did, I don't remember it. I mean, he was just, there was someone outside. He was just filling up the vehicle. I don't know if it was a diesel fill up or not, but. These conditions, and it is it's like, I do see some car headlights on. We'll see what happens at Sapsucker. A few crows overhead. Down to 36 degrees. I'll tell you, if it's really windy, I'm going to turn around and go right back to campus. Maybe I don't know. Maybe not. I can handle it, but then it ends up being noisy for you, and the camera shakes, and, because of the wind. Don't get angry with me, but looks like winter. Secondary pond we just passed is free of ice. I believe there was ice on it last week. Down to 34 degrees. Just saw a sparrow of some sort. Might have been a song sparrow, but I don't know. But it was brownish. You might say, well, of course it was brownish. Well, not necessarily of course. Remember the dark-eyed juncos we looked at last week? Well, those are sparrows. And they're more, gray. remember this pond to our left was also covered with ice last weekend. There's no ice in sight. I don't know how cold it's supposed to get overnight, but I mean, if it's 34 degrees, there's a decent chance that there's going to be at least some freezing on the surface, but who knows, maybe not. So, as I mentioned before, I'm going to need some time to get ready for our walk. And I'm not sure yet what camera I want to use. I'm tempted to stay with the one you're looking through at the moment. And not deal with a tripod and all that other stuff, but maybe I'll do that. I think I'll do that. I may regret it, especially if we're trying to look at something. Now, you know what? I don't know. We'll switch, I think. I may regret that too, but we'll switch. Always a joy to try to implement. Oops. Okay. Sorry, I just have to deal with a number of things here to make this happen. Including the wire with a mind of its own. Okay, I have to change batteries. 1 second. That was the hard part. So we're just here at Sapsucker Woods, and it's at least breezy, at the very least, and there are snow flurries falling. And it is getting dark, but we're going to try to take a walk. Maybe we'll see some ducks or something. I don't know. That's one reason why we're switching cameras, or we have switched actually, just in case we can possibly get a good view. There we go. And we may not see anything, you know. It could be that this is a waste of time to switch, and maybe just a quick walk around with just the other camera would have been fine. But you know, there's, as bad as it is to not see something, it's even more tragic when you see something and you're not prepared for it. And sometimes we've been here, and you know, I've regretted the camera I've had with me because I would have had a better view of whatever it is I've come across, you know, with the camera you're looking through at this moment. I'm getting there. Oh, sorry it takes so long, but there's actually a fair amount to do, believe it or not. fair amount to do. Might as well listen to some music. Hold on, one of my... got something that's not working here. It's just not working. I don't know why, but it's not. Come on. Sorry, I've got to deal with this issue. Sorry, everybody. I've got to deal with this. I've got a device that's being very silly. I don't think I can fix it. Oh, there it is. Okay, hold on. It's just an important thing to deal with, sorry. I don't know why it's not working. Okay, well, we're going to have to... I don't know if this is going to work. Anyway, let's take a walk. We may have a poor signal for various reasons. But let me... get going here, or else we'll never get going. Bottom line is, various devices have some poorly programmed, poorly created firmware, and I'm dealing with it because there's nothing else I can do. Some of it has to do with everyone wants to look like they're the most green company, so they don't want you to keep things plugged in. Other things are just, I don't know what is going on. Alright, I'll be with you shortly. I believe I'm hearing red-winged blackbirds. Yes, red-winged blackbirds. Maybe a common grackle. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. No, you know what? No, not yet. It's windy. You're not going to like it. It's going to be noisy. At least it is. It sounds like it's going to be. I am hearing, as I said, red-winged blackbirds. And trying to just get ready so we can take a walk here at Sapsucker Woods. It's windy. There are a few patches of kind of blue in the sky. For the most part, it's just cloudy and cold, but we'll make do. I'm hearing just the red blackbirds so far. Yes. We're almost ready to go. Well, it is. All right, we're ready to go. We're ready to go. Oh, we're not ready. Need one more thing. Welcome to an early spring Sapsucker Woods. Why am I doing this again? It's not terrible. I mean, you know, sure it's windy, but it's, you know, last I saw it was 34 degrees. And if this were January, you'd say 34. Oh, wow, that's comfortable. I hear a Canada goose. And I hear a common grackle. Hold on. There's some blackbird. That was a red-winged blackbird. Come on. And so that's a red-winged blackbird there. And another blackbird. And oh, I think I just missed my chance to see a grackle. That's a grackle right there. Common grackle. Now, I'll tell you again, just because a bird has a name, has a word common in its name, like the common grackle, or the common nighthawk, or, you know, anything like that, it's it has nothing to do with how many birds of the species there are. It's related to the fact that it's found naturally on more than one continent. Okay, let's keep walking. So again, I just heard a Canada goose. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Is that a robin? Well, yeah, I think I see a robin. Wait, is that a robin? Yes. No. That's a female northern cardinal. Hello. I don't know if I could find a better line of sight for her. And listen, I don't understand something here. Something's weird. I see common grackles here, but I don't understand because I thought the world's entire population of common grackles was at my feeders. There's a grackle. Actually, you know what? They do tend to force other birds away, but I have come to enjoy watching them. There's something about them kind of funny to watch. That's a dark-eyed junco. It's a type of sparrow. And where is the cardinal? Is she still there? I think she is, but I don't think we'll get a clear line of sight unless we walk a little bit farther. I'm going to leave it. I think I just heard a... Oh yeah, maybe. Hold on. Well, that's a song sparrow there, but I thought I just heard a white-throated sparrow. It sounded like it. Did I hear a blue jay? Maybe. Okay, I'm going to leave everything in place. Let me see. Oh, she's moving. The cardinal. I'd love to have a good look at her. This might be a little better, but not much. No, that's a sparrow. Is that a white throat? Wait, who is that? Come back. I'm hearing a sparrow, maybe to my right. It sounds like a white-throated sparrow. But the cardinal, I don't know where she is. We saw a female cardinal just a few moments ago. Okay, leave everything in place. Let's walk here. More than one goose. Oh, there's one. And I think I might see this in the distance. Oops, hold on. I might see in the distance. Yes, there's a common merganser over there, I think. Yes. And Canada geese. Come on, fingers. There we go. And that's a mallard there. Different duck species, and that's a Canada goose there. And I'm hearing a northern cardinal closer to the feeding garden. Oh, and more Canada geese here. And in the distance, I'm hearing, I believe, tree frogs. But it's definitely windy here today. And so the pond is not nice and smooth and beautiful, but it is what it is. In the foreground, that's a mallard, a male, and in the background is a male answer. No sign of any other ducks just yet. All right, we're gonna get walking. You know what? Maybe we should walk a little bit closer. Let's walk a little bit closer to the water, just in case I'm missing something. off. I don't know if they're leaving or no, maybe not. Let's get to the trails. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Is there something? No. Never mind. Hold on a second. You can see the trees are being blown around by the wind. Ooh. It's not much, but that's snow. Sorry. Now last week we saw mallards, hooded mergansers, common mergansers, and there was another species. Was it ringneck duck? No, wood duck. So last week we saw a total of 4 species, duck species here. And I don't know if we'll have luck like that today. Hold on, I'm looking at something. 1 second. Okay, nothing. Quiet here in the woods. Obviously we're hearing sounds from the pond, the Canada geese, but
here in the woods it seems pretty quiet. Hold on, I've got to fix my backpack here. That doesn't sound good. There's a tree that's creaking. More creaking of trees. Oh, okay, there's a robin there. I didn't see it. Oh, it took off. Shoot. Oh, a couple robins. Where are they? They were there. Just wondering if I'm hearing something else. Probably not. anyway. The reason why I wanted to show you one of those robins is just there's potential for just a good photo, but it moved on. We've seen and heard nothing, nothing along our path. We've, obviously we had the activity that we saw, near the lab, but nothing since. Other than those two robins. I'm hearing something. I don't know. I don't know. I was going to say maybe red-winged blackbird, but I'm not so sure. I don't think so. I don't know. That's red-winged blackbird's probably the most likely, but. Okay, I think we're back. Sorry, everybody. I had a couple things that weren't cooperating, decided to completely die, but I think things are back up and running. Let me just get my backpack, and I think I may have just... Remember, if we have major problems, try to keep the conversation that's not related to a minimum, in case I check the chat room. Just because sometimes I need to know if we're live or not. Especially true when we're out and about walking. Especially true when we're out and about. Okay, so I think we're back. Thought I might have heard wood ducks. I didn't get a chance to see them. I was dealing with the gear. The Canada geese that we had been watching moved on, and we may see them again, but I can't see them now. And we're going to continue our walk. It's getting dark. Oh, more Canada geese coming in. Hold on. By the looks of things. There were a few in the air, but I'm not sure if I hear any more. Okay, let's walk. So again, I'm not sure if I heard wood ducks. It's possible I was hearing. Well, maybe I'm reasonably sure, but at the time the frogs were vocalizing quite a bit. But I think there's enough of a difference that think I was recognizing the right thing. Will we see them is a different story. If they could have been there somewhere on the pond, and maybe they were, vocalizing because they were leaving. So, I don't know. There's not a lot, but there's a little bit of snow on the platform here. It's actually a little slippery. Okay, now we don't have much time. It's getting dark. I don't know if you can tell that or not, but it is. And let's look around a bit. Might be hearing white-throated sparrow again, and we often hear them in this area. Aha, okay, that's a common merganser there. Have only seen a male so far. I don't know if that's the same one, but we haven't seen a female. Take a look with binoculars in a moment, just to see if there's anything around. But no, I really don't see anything else. I don't even see that common merganser any longer. So let's continue as it is getting dark. I'm going to lighten things up a bit. Yeah, you wouldn't think so, but that little bit of snow on here actually makes the bridge rather slick. These wooden boards. I mean, it's not really bad, but it's not. I wouldn't want to run on this. I think I'm hearing a song sparrow chip note. It's not easy with all the frogs, but I'm surprised at the frogs, given how cold it is. Last we saw it was 34 degrees, and I'm sure it's dropped a couple degrees since. I think they'd want to be, I don't know, doing something to keep warm. Sounds like geese taking off. Maybe I'm wrong. Could be they just flew to another part of the pond or something. Oh, I think I see a couple mergansers. Maybe both males? I don't know. Hold on. Maybe? I may be wrong. There's one. There's two. So we have two male common mergansers that we've seen now. And again, I haven't seen any females. Let me look with binoculars 1 second. Oh, I see a female. There she is. Hi. So if you didn't know, the merganser, the common merganser, it's a species of duck. Sapsucker Woods is the place where I first saw them, and just, you know, really, if all you've been seeing are mallards, it's quite an exotic thing to see. And mallards are special in their own right, but you might be used to seeing them. But when you see forgive me, I can't really zoom in much just because of the lighting. It's getting dark. But if you've been seeing mallards and then you see something so different, you know, it can be something quite interesting, special, even, and. It's one of the joys of bird watching. You know, when you see something like this, you might be like, oh my goodness, we have something like this in our area? I never knew. Come on, move a little bit more. think there's anybody else around. Okay, we're going to continue walking. It is getting dark. Let's look out at the former nest tree just in case there's somebody on there. And I don't see anybody. Okay. I'm going to brighten it up as much as I can go. That's as bright as it gets. And it's looking a lot brighter than what I'm actually seeing. This is new. Or no, maybe not. Nope, not new. Well, maybe new, but nothing. I thought they were maybe doing some actual work on the pond edge or something. Not sure if that's a beaver or a muskrat. So, you know, a relatively quiet walk here at Sapsucker, but not bad. A few technical issues, but quite honestly, I shouldn't be overly surprised. Given how some of the equipment was acting up before I even left the car. But overall, you know, not our busiest day, but we saw some nice birds here and there, especially at Van Dyne Spoor, I would say, and also along, you know, on the lake as we made our way closer to Ithaca. But some things have changed, you know. We didn't see many swans today. And over the last few weeks, we had seen, you know, quite a few here and there. But they seem to have moved on. And that's fine. But I have to say, you know, the swans are one of the things I enjoy about fall and winter. And now that we're getting into spring, it's time to move on to other birds. I would walk out there, but I'm afraid, you know, I don't want to frighten anybody who might be there. I don't know if there's anybody here. I don't see anybody. Oh, I do see something on the pond. Hold on. Let me look with binoculars. Well, it looked like something was there. It looked like something was disturbing the water, but I don't see it. It may have moved out of view already. Just look again. Well, if there was something there, I don't see it. You can probably see. Maybe not. It's brighter, but it's not. You can't see the distance. wind is picking up again, but that's okay. We're nearing the end of our walk and the end of the day, as it is getting very dark. Looks brighter than it is, but down here at ground level, things have quite darkened up quite a bit. I think I hear more Canada geese. I don't see them. But it sounds like at least a couple in the air. I think it's safe to say that migration has more or less finished, at least in terms of Canada geese coming through here. I haven't seen any, flocks at high altitude and in formation in a while. But anyway, it looks like we're just about done for the day. I hope you've enjoyed the day as much as I have. It's been fun. We've had a few technical frustrations at times, but it's been a good day overall, I'd say. Time for me to pack up and head home, though. Looking forward to our next time together. I have to say that, and I say that in all honesty. I've been doing this for years now, and whenever we've had a weekend when I haven't done it, I could feel that something was missing. And so this has become a part of my life, and I really greatly enjoy it. Greatly enjoy sharing the birds with so many of you. Like I said, it's time for me to pack up and head home. I want to wish you all a very good night and a good week, and we will see you next time. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.